Okay, so a continuation of, well, my mic is really not playing nice today, is it? We're just gonna have to deal with it as it is, unfortunately. I think this headset's like 3-4 years old, so it's definitely lasted quite a bit longer than some of the others. Alright, so we're going to be going over this, like I mentioned in the immediately prior stream, a couple days late, because other games have had sales and new content drops, but we'll be looking, through the notes, my opinions on them, and then probably most pertinently and least biased, from me at least, spreadsheeting some of the changes. So, yeah, to begin with, anybody who's not already familiar with it, it's founders focused. So, new map, new parts, new game mode / brawls. So that's going to include these, which we'll spreadsheet later. Super annoyingly, so there are variable ride height wheels, and are kind of a mix between a stallion. You can't quite pop up the wheels as quickly as, say, the stallions, and they don't have leg mode functionality like the big rams, but they're essentially a mixture of the two. And annoyingly, not only, I'm assuming that this is D-res, but even still, that's an insane amount to give, but the wheels start in that mode. So every single build on the exhibition, every single build and mission that you're going to see is going to start out higher off the ground, which is kind of crazy to me, because that makes it easier for them to get spawn killed, makes it harder for you to move out of spawn without the bonus power. And I'm not sure why they made them tall to begin with. That would seem to imply, when they say, oh, that's the mode 1, that's what you start with. It's like, is that really the default? Because it seems to me like you'd essentially use them as pseudo big rams and really only be higher up when you're actively engaging people or using cover or something. So don't like that aspect. Otherwise, they seem alright. Kind of a weird choice, them being wheels again, but it kind of makes sense as far as letting things keep their max speed, barring, this component. And, having more variable height things is always nice. So, we'll, I guess it's the only movement part, so we can actually just compare it to the other movement parts right now. Now, of course, presuming that the rest of these values are correct, because I do try and keep on top of updating them, but I don't exhaustively check every parameter for every item, every update, because that's insane. But normally, from what I've seen, they don't make changes that they don't announce. So I have, as per usual, I have this up on my other monitor. So that's what I'll be referring to for these values rather than the update notes, because those have been wrong before. So these are, oops. We'll just duplicate these instead. So that, I guess we should add new frontier to the list, update the name manager, which is never in the section I expect it to be. So now we can sob mostly over the functionality. Alright, so they are gonna be, I forget. So we're gonna be wiping this data and then adding it in. So they are called the widget for reason I haven't unified the like power score costs. Oh, that's right, because I pull the data for each of these rows in other places. So having this is kind of redundant, but also ensures it pulls the right data each time. So technically, the mode of all of these is also increased to 130. You know, spoiler, if you weren't paying attention to the new update. I don't think these affected at all either, so in theory they should also be 130. And then that's a funny movement part because it actually does have a tonnage of 0, though I don't know why I didn't put it in. I did have some sort of sync mismatch. Sorry, this is the non-steering with my other spreadsheet for Warframe, and it like rolled back like 4 months of data for no discernible reason. So I really hope the same thing didn't happen here, but it is theoretically possible. Just be a matter of how long it would take me to notice, and then of course how much changes. But it's interesting too because they specify that the bonus doesn't depend on the number of parts, but significantly decreases. I'm assuming that they're referring to all of these, but I'd have to test to make sure, and that requires me to own them, or otherwise people to put up like exactly the builds I would need in order to test it online, which obviously pretty rare, but I'm also suspecting that the cabin power, it really doesn't seem to be a per wheel perk. Like with the Sabbath, it's like each stack stacks with itself, but you don't get like, you know, 75% cabin power per wheel. I think it's just 80% cabin power like flat for the entire build when it's in that mode. So it kind of essentially just would counteract the movement parts rather than, say, acting like the Kensei or the Yokozuna, where you get like this enormous increase, especially with having a lot of them. But of course, the fewer you have, the more significant that change is going to be. And then, interestingly, they do also have some resistances, or sorry, damage reduction rather, because this should be multiplicative. Which kind of makes them sort of like legs in that sense, but different values. Of course, I haven't thrown in the RAM values for everything either, since it was a fairly recent change. So we have it from the new Frontier, and then we have the calculations based off of those values I put in. So of course, in theory, you can consider them averaged between the steering and the non-steering, because you wouldn't be able to really run just non-steering wheels very well. But it kind of gives you a sense of their stats compared to others. So we can see it's a little bit heavier, fairly good tonnage per power, pretty decent durability stats. Of course, these are further multiplied by what type of damage you're looking at comparing it to, but I haven't gone so far as to incorporate all of those as another sort of chart within a chart like I have with the actual structural parts list. But likewise, this doesn't incorporate the effective durability of the Hermit wheels, for instance, with their perk. So you'll actually see a fairly wide spread compared to a lot of the other wheels, especially ones without innate resistances, when you fully factored that in. But that's more something for like the structural part list rather than just an overview table. So that's those. We've got the new spread stabilizer. It's interesting because people were saying that this wouldn't apply to artillery, but it specifies, again, you know, the whole translation aspect, that only the speed increase at lower speeds, sorry, the projectile speed increase at lower movement speeds won't apply to artillery, which means that the spread changes should, and that should actually be pretty big for something like the Heather. But again, I don't own them. Have to see, but that's my expectation at least. So once again, we can add that to the list. Interestingly, it is its own category. So as people are saying in the dev stream, they do plan on adding more, which makes sense, rather than it just being another generic, you know, special module variant. So we need to make a new category for that, which theoretically shouldn't break anything, but we'll see if I'm so lucky. I think those are still, yeah, so I colored these because unlike most of the other things where their power score is actually based off of the energy drain, these still maintain their old, like, unique values, which they haven't changed. So the Iris should, in theory, only be 95 power score, which is the cost of a 0 or 1 energy special module, and the Neutrino should be 135, likewise for Epic, which we can see over there in the chart, but they haven't, and I'm just, again, looking at it on the other screen, and that's still not the case. So we will, thank you. Just copy that down, and so that gives it a, oh, it's supposed to be a relative copy for the formula. So yeah, that should have a minimum of 135, and of course it doesn't affect the power, speed, tonnage, mass limit because it's not an engine, it's 1 energy. And it is also interesting because they have it, they have these in their own category rather than at the bottom with most park functions, which seems to imply that not only are they, you know, saying, okay, well, I'll have multiple of them, but that they are in the data of the game classified as its own, like, column. So just like how I have here, you know, in theory, you wouldn't necessarily give everything a value of, you know, speed, tonnage, mass limit, but if you had a master chart for it, rather than it being written over here like I'm going to do, because that just seems more logical to me, it seems like there's another column, minimum spread, maximum spread, which it applies. And that doesn't seem to be the case for some of the other items that also impact spread. So the Omnis have it listed in the bottom perk description. So does the Torero. So, yeah, I guess just them looking at, you know, changing how the values are recorded. But in any case, essentially have a passive perk and then an active perk, and it doesn't blow up. It doesn't have a max effect for that. Also, didn't seem to add a size, which might end up doing anyway, especially because you can use some of the items as armor. in theory. They've tried to limit it, but it's still a consideration. So I did that for cabins. Very annoyingly, when you search it up for structural parts, it works. So you type in, 6 space 4 space 2, and it pulls up the list. But when you do that for most other things, it doesn't. So if you type in like 6 space, it'll only pull up stuff when there's like a 6 in the description of the perk. It doesn't actually know to search for the size of it, or at least it didn't last update. We can check here real quick to see whether or not that's still the case. So for instance, if I go to my structural parts, type in 6, it'll only show things that have a dimension of 6 in one direction or another. And it sometimes works for frames, not all of them. But like this is showing up because it has a 6 in the name. You can see there's no other parts there. So likewise, you can't do like cabin length and expect it to give you information. Or likewise, if you're looking for a generator that's a size, 6 pips, doesn't work. So that's kind of annoying. I hope they'll eventually have it transfer the rest of it, because like personally, I don't ever search 6 because I'm looking for literally something with the number 6 in it. Like in my charts, I don't even bother recording that the like STM26, like nobody reference that generally unless it's like Crossout DB and it's just pulling the data from a spreadsheet that already has that info. Like normally you just refer to them as protectors or vindicators or tacklers or guardians or whatever. So like in fact, some people on the Reddit will even refer to things by those, but they'll be completely wrong. They're like, yeah, use the AC80s. It's like, bro, we're talking about special weapons. They're like, yeah, it's the Therms. It's like, well, no, it's not. So quite a fair risk of confusion for that in any case. Then we have the new weapons, which, I mean, a little bit of controversy, but don't they all every season? So I'm not going to worry about throwing these in at the moment for the spreadsheet, just because there's not like anything that you can really directly compare to others when we don't know their damage value, for instance. But they definitely gave us a variety of options. We will spreadsheet the mainframe though, if for no other reason for me to prove a silly point. So go to the cabins list, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom, and it's going to be the chonkies. It's essentially like they have it in the list as essentially like a legendary icebox equivalent, which makes sense being a super heavy truck cabin. And then of course we're going to have to go back and update all these speed values anyway as part of the change, but we'll get there. So it's the mainframe, 2100 chorus, power of 10, quote unquote, because they lied to us about these things, base speed of 52, and then it has quite a bit of tonnage, and more importantly, more mass than even the heaviest other cabins. Now, of course, when we look at adding the flat mass buff for the Pegasus and the multiplicative buff for the Grizzly and for the cabin upgrade, the difference between it and the cohort or machinist doesn't end up being huge percentile wise, but like it is technically a faster for builds. More importantly is the perks, which are insane. So if you lose 3,500 points of vehicle durability, it's worded weirdly. What they're referring to is actually cabin durability rather than total durability, even though there's a distinct difference in the game that they've specifically called out multiple times before. Other one, it doesn't want to show up in the list things. So your durability, or cabin durability, the bar that shows at the bottom is, the sum of structure parts, cabin, upgrades, relevant co-drivers, whatever. And then you have a total vehicle durability, which is everything. And that seems to be what they're referencing here, but it's not. It's specifically cabin durability, which makes it a lot more balanced, because 3,500 points, when you can have like light cabins at 9k have 8,000 durability, is nothing, but it is referring to losing X amount of cabin durability, just like the machinist perk is specifying that it's cabin durability. So that's a worthwhile difference, but In any case, still for those super heavy builds, hitting like a 5-digit number isn't too unreasonable. So losing 3,500%, 1/3 of your total structural part durability, never mind your other things like your weapons, your hardware, your bumpers, and then having essentially the cohort perk active for the rest of the time, including a 15% damage bonus, is pretty nutty. But it's going to really depend what ends up soaking those shots. For instance, if people are primarily shooting at your cabin on the front, then losing 3,500 is as simple as taking 3,500 damage, and then you can theoretically swap the build around, and now your structural parts, which have the same, 3,500 some durability minus the cabin and perks and blah blah blah, you can essentially double dip. But of course, a lot of people will have the cabin at the back, or they'll have armor parts in front, or they'll have movement parts and whatnot, and as those get hit as well, of course they're not going to get the cabin effect. They're going to probably get deleted, and then a few structural parts, and then the cabin gets the effect. But in theory, if you take up that damage up front to begin with off the cabin, then you can still have the rest of the effective durability, the rest of your vehicle, and have the permanent 30% resistance bonus, which is pretty crazy. So let's see. I haven't unified these descriptions, so I've kind of just been typing them in. First thing that comes to my mind. I'm trying to think if there's really a clever way to do this, but I don't think so. We're also going to assume it's vehicle, like applying to everything rather than just the cabin. Otherwise, my example and point kind of go out the window. But I hate how I can't have to do that manually each time. It's like, well, obviously you didn't mean to capitalize 2 letters. Like, yeah, I did. I've only done it multiple times. Thanks. And then the dimensions. So it's interesting because they say this is the largest. Where is it? I'm losing my mind. It was somewhere in the notes. Okay, well, it just looks like I'm making stuff up now. But in any case, at some point somewhere, I believe maybe in the teaser notes, they were talking about this being the most massive cabin in the game. And, like, it really isn't from, like, a volume standpoint. In fact, it's the same overall dimensions as the cohort. But I think their point just being that it's supposed to be, the heaviest and thus the slowest. But in any case, we can see that the length of it is going to be a footprint of 8 plus 2. Arguably, of course, you kind of have that pseudo nook at the back, but for purposes of the overall, if you were to pack it in a box, it's going to have an overall length of 10, going to have a width of 8, and going to have a height of 6. So like I said, that's the same as just the cohort. And when you take into account how much space there's actually missing here, like the concavity of it, it's actually quite a bit smaller. But it is definitely the heaviest. It also has a slightly different horn than a lot of the others, and then it also functions as like the forklift backup sound based off the dev stream, because of course I again don't have the cabin myself that we can test on the exhibition, I suppose. There we go. That's being a little funky. Oh, I see. It just does that automatically. It's not with me pressing the horn. So it just beeps if you're reversing. Which is to say, if you really want to just annoy people, just be reversing the entire time, I suppose. Funny that. Okay. So, yeah. Again, we don't have the, like, direct stat comparisons here other than the tonnage and mass, but you can see a bit chunkier. And then, of course, you throw in your other components. say, while using the new widget, or if you wanted to go ultra heavy, still running the ML200. And then if you had mass limit upgrade, if you had Grizzly, and if you're running a mass limit upgraded Pegasus, then you need quite a few of them legs to hold all that mass limit. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Of course, it's also super far down in the pass, so it's going to take a while to get there without just like speed spending on it, which I don't really have any intention of doing. And I'm also not really a fan of like buying or crafting one ahead of time to then just sell it later on when it's worth less than right now, when I'm going to get a lighter version anyway, because I know I'm going to buy the pass. Or sorry, an upgraded version anyway, because I don't want to buy the pass. But, you know, I am anxiously awaiting it anyway, because do love those heavy things. We also have new frames. People were pointing out that it's kind of annoying that it means that a fair bit of our levels are just frames, and in a sense are just filler items. But to be fair, like, you also look at the blueprints for both crafting and upgrading, or vice versa for what I hovered over here, and like, there isn't really a whole lot of rewards in here that are unique to it. Like, I'm sure the structural parts, of course, will come back on the badge exchange later, but we're not getting very many structural parts. And normally what happens is they just fill in all these other levels with like other sort of one-off things like stickers anyway, so I'm not stressing it too much. Honestly, they gave us a lot of frames, especially considering the you know, unique possibilities of it. So definitely not hating it. Again, I'm going to have to go through and probably rebuild. Well, I don't know if I'll have to rebuild everything. Like, again, the harmonizer seems way too good not just to like throw on everything, because it's minus spread. Like, cannons that you're sniping with, probably don't care a whole lot about them. But otherwise, like, if you're using rapid fire weapons, even if you're using arguably like closer range weapons, like, these are good things to have. Having negative spread is just essentially concentrating your damage, which means you're more easily able to hit things. Like, for instance, in the, you know, Reaper meta, one of the biggest things I talk about is that they have the really high penetration, which actually means they're good for hitting parts and then going through and hitting other structural parts, and that's not how people use them. They kind of just try and like run strip races with them, but they're also somewhat balanced by having fairly large spread. So, well, now that you can get a module that improves that, especially since the Reaper fires nonstop, so it doesn't need heating or cooling modules or reload modules, it's kind of just a shoe-in for, like, of course you're going to throw it on there. It's 1 energy. Why wouldn't you? It's a significant decrease in spread, and that's one of the weaknesses of the Reaper. So, yeah, it's just going to be, you know, the pain of the normal energy economy. There's already people who can't be arsed to run non-energy taking, small power score giving, like, in my eyes, must have modules like the Ruby or the Listener or the radio or even the car jack. So, we'll have to see. But in any case, we can add these to our lists of the frame blocks, which will be at the structural as a other category, but we'll get to those once we get to the actual structural parts themselves. But we'll look at some of these other components first. So there's the new map, which is probably going to play loud as heck. No, it's already pre-muted. Nice. So they're saying it's a bi-level map, which is interesting. So as a nature of me just doing like patrol, I've like only come across it once, but again, been busy week for the games, and so when I'm actually fighting other players, then I'll actually see if it's, you know, actually matters really, because like, just like how I forget the name of it, the map in the huge valley that came with the helicarriers, that has a cave that leads up to a plateau at top, which I didn't even realize until literally like this past month, because I never see anybody up there. It already gives you sniping position. So we already have kind of like bi-level maps Sector X being another really obvious example in my eyes, so I'm not too sure what they meant for it being different here. But again, until I actually do some PvP maps with it, matches rather, with it, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell off of just a trailer. So then they changed up the reward tiers and cosmetics. These are just seasonal, so they only last until the next. And then this is an interesting, I don't know if other people caught this, but a few BFUs ago, 2, 3, something like that, somebody was specifically calling out, hey, I was one match off of whatever reward tier. I queued in and I won that match, but I didn't get the next reward tier. And that was because the rewards were distributed right when the session ended. So since then, they have made it, and it could just be coincidence, might not have been that one person complaining, might have been other people giving feedback that I didn't see. But in any case, it lined up that, you know, along the time where that one person that I saw made the comment, in the next BFU, they're like, okay, well, we'll push the season window to end a few minutes after, and that gives you enough time to complete that, you know, buzzer beater match and potentially go up or down the corresponding rank. Then we have some new brawls, so people complaining about this in chat as per usual. I like it. You have invulnerable shields on the side. You have to sort of, you work to use them to block shots, though they also prevent you from shooting at whatever you're looking at. So you have to, you know, sort of alternate. I kind of like the name escapes me. Whatever that horse battle thing is, jousters, you know, dude on the lance with the lances on the horse jousting at each other. It gives me that kind of I think it's literally just called jousting. It sort of gives me that feel where you have to, you know, alternate between defense and attack, which isn't a thing for a lot of things in the game, other than if you're running like fixed angle weapons on like hovers or something, and even then normally you just keep the front pointed towards them. So I don't mind it. They give us a couple of repeating rewards from last time. Nothing new in this list. Then we have the, in my eyes, super interesting sounding one, but they're saying the map is essentially a Leviathan vehicle, and you're playing around on it with little toy cars. So like functionally not going to be a whole lot different from some of the other brawls we've had in the past, but they made all of them look like little RC cars, and you have all these map effects and map hazards that are justified with, oh, it's, you're playing on, you know, an enormous actual like machine. So that's pretty interesting to me. I mean, the aesthetic of it is pretty cool, and again, from like a functionality standpoint, like it doesn't really require them to change anything as far as the builds or how they work or how they interact with the map, but it, you know, adds a little bit more flavor to it. And they've added a couple of new rewards, and then of course the general quote-unquote failure that creates the engineer badges. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for that one. They're bringing back the bird one again, which people hated, and going to give the joke duck out, as well as purple metallic. And then rippers are back again, but they have the dash modules, which is going to make me cry. And we have repeat skull, and then I think tenacious man is a new paint. And then afterwards they bring back this. So we've already had this 2 or 3 times, but historically it was a disgusting amount of score in one match if you got any distance. So assuming they didn't nerf it, which is completely possible and reasonable, and they've done before for other game modes, this would be a really delicious way to get a lot of EXP for some of those newer players. You know, if you have your premium, your flag, even just your energy rest bonus, you know, you get your 200,000 EXP off of a match. That's an instant level up for pretty much any sub level 30 engineer. And then we're going to be getting, I don't know what Dead Hand is. That might be new. Not 100% sure. I know Cold Storage isn't, unless it's them mislabeling it's supposed to be anything else. But again, this game mode should have some utility in and of itself, especially for any of these that are, you know, giving plastic as a reward. Then we get to the more spreadsheety side of things, which is them saying that going to fix the speed inflation issue. And it's funny because in my eyes we also have a protection issue, and I got downvoted for that, which is kind of funny because I thought I laid out the logic behind it pretty. Apparently my upvotes, downvotes are just seesawing pretty hard because they were different before and they were different before. But in any case, people being like, hey, yeah, you can eat 43 cannon hits at 9k. It's like, well, only if you're specifically using these. And it's like, yeah, but you can use most of them on pretty much anything. They didn't exist beforehand. Structural parts have gotten buffs, and like that is applying to every build in the game. Like Finwhale and Omamori is a huge thing, especially since they just buffed the Omamori as well. But obviously this was their primary concern, and making everything more complicated and less effective than beforehand is their suggested solution. So yeah, we'll see. It's interesting. I know they said they were going to increase it to 130, but I'm not seeing it listed anywhere here so far. There we go. Yeah, the bottom. So then they have the Geagle. Essentially, its perk is removed, and then they added a weaker version on everything else. So it's not at flat 10 kph. It's now a percentage, which means it's worthless for heavy builds, i.e. the ones that actually want to run Goliath tracks, and more useful for light builds, which can't really utilize that because you have so much lost max speed and limited tonnage. And then they also did some more behind the scene changes that are nigh impossible for us to keep track of or even know. So that always sucks from a trying to analyze things standpoint. Geagle has a new perk, Colossus got a slight buff, and then Hammerfall and Breaker got their energy nerf reverted after the energy nerf, after the ammo and hit skin nerfs, and they're like, hey, maybe we don't need an energy nerf on them anymore. And then the big thing that is kind of fair, but also something they didn't tease or mention at all anywhere beforehand, so the Omamori now automatically recovers charge. It's no longer on a 3 or 4 second cooldown, it's on 6, fairly large increase. And of course you need to stop taking damage, but we can essentially go back to people running Cloak or Aegis or Nova or Barrier, or just running away and essentially having infinite 50% damage reduction, so long as you aren't dealing the 600 plus damage in one shot to the Omamori at once. Then of course they did the blueprint changes with the last patch, and they were working on, I don't know about fixing it, improving it slightly. Still is a little awkward, namely the whole lots of the build functionality being restricted to being in build mode and then opening the storage menu rather than being obvious buttons on screen. But again, they're improvements, even if they're not huge ones. Progress. Then a bunch of fixes that, as per usual, were nigh impossible for people to notice and or didn't actually, I never came across myself. So, but still appreciated, just because I didn't run the Jackie with the Helios and didn't have it apply doesn't mean that it's not worth fixing. It's just none of these were major ones that I ran across semi-luckily. It's better I don't run into bugs, of course, but it's good that at least other people are still submitting those bug reports, even though the backlog is just a shit ton of people complaining about things that they don't really need to do in ticket format and should maybe actually be more descriptive of. So some of these are legit, but last time I checked, specifically when I submitted the report for when the update didn't go through on the Xbox server, which they said is apparently a Microsoft side issue, lots of people just complaining about things that aren't even really relevant. Although the broken texture very relevant, even though they didn't include an image. I did see someone posted on the Reddit, and they were right about that. So we can start the most exciting part of this, which is updating our tables. So I'm going to yeet this up on the other screen, and we can start exhaustively going through the entire list. How fun. So, oh, that changed where it was scrolled. Okay, so they basically nerfed the speed, and they also have a max speed effect that the Geagle had. This specifically as a bonus perk now is for all of them, and again is listed as like another column in theory, and is also affected by upgrades. But again, the single highest effect is, what is this, 7% for the Oya boon, and increasing that by 10% is 0.7%, which again is still nothing. So I don't know that they actually solved the issue. They're like, well, this is us. Of course it changed the scrolling in. I don't know that they actually solved it. They're fucking around with it again for sure. Maybe it's better, arguably, but I don't know about solved. Might not even be arguably an improvement either, depending on who you ask and what the math says. But hey, whatever, at least you have less people running fin whales, except probably not, since it also kind of got buffed indirectly. Alright, so we have our speed bonus for Hardcore was 9, now 6, Razorback was 4, now 3, Dunhorse was 14, now 9, and then 13, 9, 5, 13, 6, 15, 11, 7, and then they also nerfed the Jackie to be 3% cabin speed, and they nerfed the Phobos co-driver to be 4% cabin speed, which again, so this is like the 7th time in a fucking row they've nerfed my Dreadnought for trying to be a little 120 kph heavy cabin goober. You know, almost like there's some underlying issues to solve rather than just, oh, heavy cabins are too fast, so we'll make them not as fast. But you know, obviously they don't share that viewpoint. So then we can look at the base cabin speeds and cry as they continue to make it way more convoluted on a per item value. So this order is kind of different from mine. They have it as base and then common, rare, light, medium, which doesn't match the chart, but is probably, I'm guessing, congruent with what they have for the actual spreadsheet where they're recording and updating these values. So that's how we're gonna go updating these, I guess. So the Gorilla is now 62. The Duster is now 101. Sprinter is now 95. The Thug and Huntsman are 75. WWT1 is 68. And the Docker is 55. Then we go back to rare. That's the Growl at 101. The Volt, which I don't have on this list. Well, to be fair, they also don't have it on the tech tree in game, so guess that's easy enough to miss, but we really should include that. Don't mind me just losing my sanity over the formatting I have. Okay, so we had Growl and then the Volt, which is in our inventory screen. So the stats for that are 750, 3.5, speed is now 95. And of course, if you weren't here specifically for that 1 week giveaway period, it fucking sucks to be you. Good luck ever getting it. You know, the normal Crossout FOMO method. And it's 7 what a disgusting number. By 6 by 5. But again, has a bit more concavity than actually being twice the size of the growl, but that's what happens when you calculate based off of packing volume rather than actual. Alright, we got that, and the source for that is technically a unique, so we're just going to call it a limited pack, even though it was technically a giveaway. Okay, got our mediums. So, see, I had it recorded as the Fury Bear Wyvern, because that's how it is in the tech tree as well, but in the chart they have it Wyvern Bear Fury. And I'm not sure why, because that isn't even like a better order for the speed or the stats or anything, but whatever. So hey, the Fury didn't change, still 75, good for them. Bear went down too. I really don't get the point of decreasing and increasing things by 2 kph. It just makes the calculations more complex without actually like significantly impacting the value or the combination with other things. But you know, what do I know? Like, to be fair, like, I do understand they're probably making these changes based off of some sort of formula in spreadsheets, because that's normally how you do it, and you know, look at, oh, if we combined everything, all the buffs, like what breakpoints are they at? But again, for like the sake of people actually using these values and comparing things, like, this is not easy math to do. So you're obfuscating it, and maybe on paper it makes it, you know, 0.2% more balanced, but in the meantime it's just a hell of a lot more frustrating to use. And honestly, I really doubt it's actually impacting stuff. Like back when every cabin was like divisible by 5, other than the perks that were like the Omni box giving it like plus 10% speed or whatever, like beautiful. But you know, they're like making things difficult for us, arguably to obfuscate it, and again, also as a result, arguably not actually improving it because of that. Man, this sucks. I don't even know what their sorting method is for this. It's not alphabetical, it's not tech tree, it's not even like unlock or added to the game order, I don't think. But that's also why we're kind of jumping around everywhere. Oh, there we go. There's a good example of a useless change. Went from 77 to 78. Stonks, baby. Wild. Wow, sucks to be non-DLC cabins right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to go through, redo the math on combining parts on all my builds anyway. So what I was trying to get to saying earlier, but like I totally trailed off and got caught on a different topic, is that while I don't have any immediate like, oh, I really wish I had a X/3 frame here, because normally I can just rebuild other components to fit better and not necessitate that, but it's going to be worthwhile with how many of these frames we're getting just to probably do a once through of all the builds, like I said, for doing those other changes anyway, just seeing, is there a possibility that having these, L-shaped frames or these 1x3s is actually going to improve anything? I really don't think so. I think like the 1x5s, 1x7s, 2x5, 2x7 would make a lot bigger of a difference. And we don't have those yet, at least. I mean, it was kind of teased that we're still going to eventually get them anyway. But the difference of like a 1x3 frame to a 1x4 is obviously not huge, but I don't use a lot of 1x3s, 1x4s. Like, I want something to have more than like 30 durability points, even with pass-through. Because frames and your movement parts are kind of important, so I don't like slacking on them as far as durability. Okay, that's that. Increase the maximum speed of armored vehicle from 120 to 130, which I already did here. And then the engines also have their percent max part speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do that in this speed chart rather than adding another column, because it's going to kind of require me to add another column to all of them, and it isn't really relevant like having it on these stats for both the cabins and the engines and the movement parts makes sense, but I don't think adding it just for that is going to. What we will do is swap out the perk. So it is now plus 10 to 30%. Plus 30 to 10%. Weapon, assuming we're going to assume it's D-res, it's probably that, but it might be something else instead. Thank you, Excel. Very cool. D-res to non-melee weapons for 226 movement parts. Great. And then we can also update the Yoko's perk, so it's now a 15%. I'm assuming for both friendlies and self, but I'll double check in game because again they're goobers with this kind of thing sometimes. It is, huzzah. And then we'll also update the Hammerfall and Breaker to now be -10, as well as the Omamori. I think they changed this. I think they gave us the specific value of 50, i.e. 10% per second, i.e. it takes 10 seconds to fully recharge. But then afterwards they changed it again, and I didn't update it in this chart. But we'll... no damage for 6 seconds, charges... I'm also not sure if this will mean that even if it breaks, you need to stop taking damage for it to charge, but kind of doubt that that's the case, and again, we'll find out in-game soon enough. Alright, so then it looks like we just need to do the structural part stuff, but first we'll do the speed chart, which, like I said, is going to be incredibly annoying now that most of these values are not easy math values. Because focus, that's why. So, that'd be the easiest way for me to do this. I am going to generate a chart. That's what I'm going to do. So I've done it before for weapons, specifically for their energy costs and the breakpoint thereof for the changes they made to energy, as well as my recommended changes to actually allow you to, say, for instance, run 2 of the heathers on a build, or 3 of the snowfall on a build without having that doubled energy cost. I can't recall them doing an actual announcement for them changing them, which means it's either a ninja change or much more likely they haven't made the change yet, despite them also, you know, adding more weapons into some of these categories. But we'll be doing that for the speeds as well, because fuck manually untangling that. What am I looking at? Speed chart. Where are you? There we go. So we will generate, although it's going to specifically be for the cabin's speed. And then of course we can theoretically just narrow it, which is what I did there anyway, from G3 to G69 will mount ice. So now that gets rid of the 0 and speed value, and then we can ask it to pretty please concatenate all of those values, i.e. the names of them, based off of this value. So again, because it didn't copy over the formula, we will have to manually re-add those, but that's okay. So we're looking at all cabins from here, from 3 to 69 again, where the speed value, which we'll lock the reference for, is equivalent to a R71. And we do that, and voila, we now have a much easier version of this. Of course, I'm still gonna separate all those values and color code them just for my own sanity, but it's good to be able to just generate that list instead of losing my sanity and trying to manually hop around the chart everywhere. So we can see that they essentially added the... No, I want the entire chart, thank you. There you go. So, other than for some of them anyway, because again, fuck us, why not? You can see that they didn't just like randomly choose disgusting values, but they sort of took this hierarchy of default cabin values and they shifted them entirely, which makes sense, but at the same time it's like, bro, just keep them divisible by 5. Why are you making this more difficult for everybody? But in any case, it'll make it easy enough for us to change all these. So to begin with, I'm going to insert another category for our mainframe, which is now unique in that category. Oops, we're gonna need... Guess we should probably just insert a duplicate. Then we'll make this us the mainframe. With its corresponding base value of 52. Change Phobos to 4% for all of them, which is going to cause a little bit of lag as it updates the rest of the values underneath, as well as the chart to the right. Then we'll need to update the formula for this chart to also account for the new max speed. And we're also going to move it over to the left. I'll do that once I update all these values here as well. For the time being, we just want to make sure we've got these correct. So at 55, we have the Docker, Trucker, Jawbreaker, Humpback, Bastion, Cohort, Machinist, which is correct. Then at the no longer category of 65, but 60-ish, we have a bunch. Like, again, I don't really want to change these. Like, these are nice numbers. They make the math convenient. Starting a category at like 62 and then 65 and then 68 is just, it doesn't spark joy. So if anybody wants to do their own with different values, I'm not going to say you're wrong for doing so, but I'm not going to make this chart 21 friggin' batches of columns of 4 wide. And I like having the equal distribution of 5 kph, especially because it means we can also map the speed limited movement parts to it. And like I said, we'll update this matrix, this table, whatever, with the plus engine rather than just plus giggle. So then these values are going to be specifically for the cabin speed, and then we'll have this chart down here for the movement part speed, because otherwise I'd have to do like a 3D matrix, which is going to suck even more. So fuck, I guess by putting the mainframe at 52 we did already sort of diverge from that. So my options are either change it to 50 and then say, hey, the mainframe isn't actually 50, it's 52. Or go with these stupid new values anyway. Just seems silly to have a category at 75 and 76 and 78 and 80 and 82 and 84 when really they're all plus or minus like 2 from 75 or 80 or 85. So I think I'm going to be stubborn and stick with my not true to these, because again, I don't want to do 21 categories. But we will keep the mainframe as unique, I guess, because it's the bottom one. Just like how we can keep the Chronos unique as the top one. Shouldn't really be a problem. So 55, and then we have a category of essentially 60, so we have the Mars at 59. And then we have the Gorilla, which I didn't have on here to begin with. It's kind of funny. Was it? 65 beforehand. So I guess I just totally forgot about that before. Whoopsie. So we have our base tier Gorilla. Whoops. Preferably spelling it correctly. And then we have the carapace at 62, the echo at 62. Savior, Icebox, Ermac. And then we can shove the Hugin, and I'm not sure why these categories are not. Probably because me shifting values, but that's fine. Quick enough fix. Take those, so we'll migrate that. Over, so we have the 62, then we have 64, so we're going to make this category the 65, and we will append them. I'm going to probably lose my sanity for one, but I probably want to shove all these over, so it's 65, so Omnibox is now correct. It's the BWC Warrior. Then 65 are these two, and then Huntsman Thug got a pretty big upgrade. And they're also not. Yeah, these are all supposed to be merged. So I guess the move cells over with copy thing kind of messed that up, which is unfortunate because that means that it's probably going to happen again when I add more categories. But whatever. So Huntsman Thug got moved to 75. So I have the WWT1 at 68. Then the Bear, the Pilgrim, the Photon, and Nova. And then the Munin is over at 70 category as well. So I guess these are actually supposed to be part of the 70 category, if we're still going by that. So for 65 plus or minus 2, it's just the ones at 64 and the ones at 65. Then our category at 70 is going to start with this list of 4. And then we want to do the math on what the perks are, but we can add those back in after. So first off, let's make all of these. I copied that, of course I did. No, I knew this was going to be a spreadsheeting heavy stream, but definitely hadn't expected it to change the speed chart this much, which I guess would have been good for me to have checked ahead of time, but like I did know they were going to stick to the, category of them, and I was hoping that they do that in a way that's fairly easy for me to spreadsheet, but of course that was my younger, more naive self, evidently. Okay, so I'm just going to do a mock-up here. So we have a 52, 55, have our 60 category, we have our 65 category, have our 70 category, 75, and so on. Interesting enough that, again, we have a category missing with these changes, unless I missed something in the chart. Looks like with the after, I'm not seeing anything at 90 or 90 plus or minus 2. I see 86, but otherwise they're all higher. So yeah, so we again go back to not having a category, in this case 90. Funny that. I guess to be fair, we might actually have one of those just from one of these, like with perks, the Inferno with its perk and no other boosts, or the Yokozuna or whatnot. So I guess let's do that math now then. So Yokozuna is now 64 times 1.15, which is in the 75 category. So we'll just manually add that, since this is still the list. I don't want to throw stuff in there. But we'll say this is 74 Yokozuna 2. Yokozuna active, Yokozuna with perk, whatever. Then we have the Inferno, which is at 78 times 1.25, I want to say. It's a 25% increase. Double checking on the other monitor. No, it's still 1.15. Then we have the Kensei, which is 1.25. Then we have the Omnibox, which is 1.15. So we have our Inferno 2, our Kensei 2, Omnibox 2. So that is going to fit in with that batch. That's going to be the unique one in 90, I guess. And then the Kensei is going to be up here. So we are still going to need, with this setup, categories, which is still up from 10, but doesn't extend this too much as to not be viewable on the one screen, at least with the current settings I have for it. So it should be okay-ish. So let's go and add those. So 65, 70. The Wyvern is in the 80 category, so that's fine, but we'll need to essentially at 75. Yes, thank you. So 75, 80, 85. 1 for 90, we'll have 95, 100, 105. And 110, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Great. So now I just got to actually move these values around for them to be correct. Should be doable. So we have the main frame at 52. And we can update this. And we're going to go from D to BC17. And I don't think we'll need to add any here. Oh, we do, because we have not added the oil button. That's okay, and then we do D again. C. So how many speed categories do we have now with engines? Let's see. 3, 4, 6, 5, 9. Yeah, okay, we're going to do a we'll generate another chart for that after, whatever. Focus on the x-axis for the time being. So we have our categories here. We have the mainframe. We have 55 done. Have 60, which should essentially be 62 if we were wanting to use the new system, but I'm not, and I'm stubborn like that. Am I that stubborn? Whatever, we'll reiterate if needed. At least the categories can be set easy enough. So 64, 64, 65, 65, 70, we have the 5 at 68, and then we have the Munin, so we already used these. Just clear all. And then we'll toss these out. Nova, and then the Munin, which is at 71. The Hadron, which is at... I'm just going to copy the value for this one rather than the formatting. Just at 72. That's that category done. Then we have 75, which starts with Huntsman Thug. So this is a duplicate of that, so we can just clear that. Then we can toss the Huntsman and Thug in, as well as the Fury. Not the Jockey though, because that got increased. Fury. Step Spider. And Master. And then going to shift all these down one so that we can fit the Yokozuna at 74. And then kind of Omnibox 2 at 75. I think beforehand I still split it up from the rest just to indicate that it's from another category. But it is technically faster than the Yokozuna. And yeah, it's slower than that. So, barring me adding additional numbers here, which again I really don't want to do. Yeah, we'll just rock with it that way. I'll just 0.5 it, why not? At least explains the logic when I inevitably ask what I was doing with it in the future. So Huntsman, Thug, Fury, Step Spider, Master, then the Ghost at 76. Then we have the 80 category, which will include most of these anyway, but they got to be bumped down in the list. So we will start off with the Inferno at 78, the Whaler at 80, and then Wyvern, Jockey, the Call, Quantum Beacon, Beholder, and then we'll append 82 to them. Then the Kensei is going to be going in the 85 category. Alongside these, which are just being bumped down. Kensei is at 84 now. And the Favorite, Howl, and Hippogriff are at 86. Then in the 90 category, we have the Inferno 2, which is now essentially the only one at 90. And we're also going to have to change these designations at the top for what's considered heavy or medium, because now we have the Hugin and the Yokozuna overlapping here with the medium. So I might have to go back to my whole super heavy, heavy, semi-heavy, semi, blah, blah, blah. But we won't worry about that for a moment. So that's 90, and then I guess I should have duplicated that category instead. Oh well. They really should be the same size though. So you're telling me when, yeah, they didn't get merged, okay. So that's not going to do me any good. But we can throw in these at 95 alongside the Volt. And color code them. Then that's the 95 done at 100. Basically have the list we already pulled out. So let's just work from the end. We have the Chronos at 111. At 105 we will have the Satori. The Kensei 2, and then the Cockpit Aggressor Manitou Kami 106. And we'll also merge clear those, copy, formatting. So we have 6 there, 1 there, and then most of the rest of them are going to fit in here then, with the append of 101. Growl, bat, dusk, tusk, blight, Cerberus, Navi, Warwolf, Harpy, Deadman, Catalina. Now let's check the tech tree. Why is one of them in a different spot? No discernible reason, because on the actual chart, the Deadman is all the way... Sorry, Deadman, not Dusk. So on our cabins list, they have the Dusk, Cockpit, Tusk, Blight, Cerberus, Torero. And they shoved the Janabi over. Peculiar. Makes sense to show that it's related to those other above lines, though, I suppose. So they shove that down there, as well as the Harpy. So, Janabi, Harpy. Then they moved the Werewolf to where the Manitou was. They moved the Catalina up to after the Deadman, which is probably going to bring the border that, get rid of the border there, and then it's Werewolf, and actually the Aggressor. And Satori Kami, nope, Satori Griffin Kami, Kronos. Dusk, Cockpit, Dusk, Blight, Cerberus, Torero, Deadman, Catalina, Manitou, Janabi, Harpy, Werewolf, Aggressor. So they probably move some of the other ones as well, but we'll see. Duster, Sprinter, Gorilla's not on the list. Huntsman, Thug isn't on the list. WWT1. And then it's Fury, Bear, Wyvern, which is the how it's set up on that list. Favorite, Howl, Inferno, Kensei, Ghost, Call, Spider, Quantum, Photon, Omnibox, Beacon. So they didn't move those. Whaler, which is way over on the far left for some reason. Hippogriff, Munin, Master, Beholder, Nova, Warrior, Hadron. And then, of course, they didn't move any of these around. It's just the main frame being added to the top of that list. Okay. So we go back to our speed chart. In theory, that should have changed this. So Duster, Growl, Bat, Dusk, Tusk, Blight, Cerberus, Deadman. Catalina, Janabi, Harpy, And then they, in theory, should not have changed any of the rest of these significantly. So it's basically just seem to be light cabins. Okay, is that our new list? This still is really stupid, but I mean, they're large enough breaks, I'm not gonna not have them. Yeah, and I'm just gonna call this 50 so I can map the movement parts to it, even though it's actually 52, but whatever. They're not gonna make it easy for me from the looks of it. So that should all be correct. Our new movement speed chart, of course, fucking hates us, but I didn't even complete that before they changed up the system like 7 times, so whatever. So that should all be good. And then the 4%, this is probably different, because now the upgrade is 0.03 times 1.04, so it is now 7.12. %. That should be okay. They're all derivative values, so they should be okay. I'm gonna just cry many salty tears. But, you know, whatever. What else is supposed to be done, right? Okay, so now we go back to hardware and we pull the same shit for this, because let's see, the Geagle and Hardcore are both at 6%, although they have different movement speed values at the bottom, but we're going to add another chart component for that. Joy. So I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then we'll continue the Okay. Although, theoretically, if we're redoing this entire section twice over, it might be worthwhile to change some of these. But then Mars would also kind of be stranded at 59 if I made this 62. But, like I said, we'll just iterate on it as needed. So we'll grab the unique speed value next. That generates that. Do I get more scam mail from text? So we now have 8. So we can actually narrow this down, funny enough. Should be fine. So we have our 3%, which is the Razorback. We have our 5%, which is the Colossus. 6%, which is Hardcore / Golden Eagle. We have our Pegasus at 7%. Dun Horse Hot. Well, Dun Horse Hot Red at 9%, Oyaboon at 11, the Oppressor Cheetah 13, and then the Fin Whale at 15. Then we can delete those, update the chart to only reference to 33. And this is, of course, that same chart, just ran it to the nearest 5, so we will take those, and then math round that value to the nearest 5. Interestingly, Crossout just had connection issues. Alrighty, well. Clear all that. Can compress that. And so now we do the same thing with the speeds of engines for movement parts, which is essentially the chart again, but, you know, get another layer. So, yeah, we're probably gonna have to revisit some of these, so I'm gonna change that to 101. And in theory I could have just done a find and replace, but I feel like being lazy, which ironically takes more work to manually remove them from all of them, but that's okay. So that's 101. Since it doesn't have any adjacent categories that I need to add. Inferno rounds to 90 anyway. 5 is fine. This I'll make 111. Since again it's the only value in it. 105 is fine. '85 is fine. 80 could theoretically be 82. We're getting in the weird middle part, so we'll come back to that. 52. 55. Really don't want to put the Mars in its own category as well. But I think I'm kind of better off doing that. So I guess we will. 59, 62. There's got to be a different gray than I use elsewhere. What gray is this? I feel like it should be a darker gray anyway. Whatever. Rare enough to not really be a concern. This will make 62. Thank you for your concern, Excel. .65 is fine. 70 is just gonna pretty much suck no matter what I do. I don't even know what you're complaining about. Keep giving me an error and then don't actually specify which. Oh well, there's part of the issue. what else would I do? Do like a 68 and a 73 and a 78 and an 82? I really don't think that's any better. So I think we'll stick with this. Yeah, it's pretty much everything within 2 of a category, so that should be sufficient. Okay, so now gonna do it again. Still don't know what you're complaining about. Possibly the chart data. So this is for our cabins. We can repaint this. Okay. Still heavy, 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 heavy. Gorilla is not a heavy cabin though, is it? So did I miss class it? Nope. They just hate the gorilla, I guess. So they made it even slower than the other ones that come after it by 13 kph. That's wild. So that's actually a medium. And those two are actually heavy. Might as well check all these boxes. Just me losing my sanity. Great. So that's that, and then in theory we'll do move price. At least I now have enough, like you'll notice that these are duplicated because I added more columns up top, but this means that this shouldn't be squished at all. So I'm just gonna make this. Okay, what are you? I don't even know how to check for, like, it's giving me specific errors and it's not telling me where the errors are. Not very useful. whatever. So not, yeah, so the only two that are now for medium that are that low, other than the gorilla, because fuck the gorilla, I guess, are ones that have ways to increase their speed. So that's interesting. As a sort of transitionary class. But our mediums go up to there. And that's essentially another transitionary category, which I'm sure they will change in the future as well. So we'll also paint that. And we'll use a double there, and I guess it makes sense to add one there as well. Great. So then we basically do the same thing as these with the cabins, but here with the movement parts. So we need to open up the chart on the tech tree. Bruh, how to... Wow. So there's an issue, it just doesn't want to tell me where it is. That's cool. If they don't want to tell me, then I'm just going to keep dismissing the error and ignoring the problem. Good strategy, for sure. Oh, actually, I guess we have... that changes categories as well, doesn't it? Huh. So it's 65, but it has the 5% power, which is negligible for the sake of throwing it in a different category. Would be silly to have it in 3 places, I think. Whatever. Wow. Really send it, huh? funny in that. Whatever. Exhaustively charting, baby. So that's that. Yokozuna, Omnibox. Inferno, which is technically not outside of its zone in a sense. Should be fine. Well, I guess technically... Nah, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Like I said, it's getting way more convoluted. Alright. So we'll go to tech tree, we'll go to movement parts. I'm going to close this and reopen it and see if it feels like telling me what the issue actually is. How about you fuck off? Tell me what the error is. How about that? I don't even know. Alright, well, whatever. So we have our ML200s, which are 50, that's still correct. The big RAM are actually even slower though at 45. So I'm going to shift this all over, starting from this end. Get rid of the duplicates. And like I said, you know, actually fitting all of these. So big RAM in leg mode. Then at 50 we have the ML200. Technically all of these should be, I'm going to ignore the plus giggle thing because it's not a plus 10 anymore. Like I said, we'll make that a chart. So yeah, that should be fine. So at 45 we have the big gram leg, then 50 we have ML200. Then at 65 we have the Jerida, have the Flamingo at 80. Just gonna move you out of here for the time being. I guess I'll just keep you. Tengu is at 90. Dino is at 70. Speed limit on the coaxial propellers. Hummingbird are at 90. Maple has no limit. Impeller has no limit. The Icarus 4 are at 75. The Icarus 7 are at 85. Goliath is at 60. Tank track is at 65. The armored track is at 70. The tank tracks perk seems to just be flat 10. It's also interesting that it says the vehicle's max speed, which means I don't know how it interacts with stuff under the new perk, because I think it also increased the tank track speed rather than just like the cabin, but we can double check. Hardened are at 80, Sleep Near at 85, Small Trek's at 95, Atom is at 80, Omni is at 90, and then all the other wheels don't have a max. Technically the widgets do minus 25%. But again, I don't know how that interacts with these, so we're just going to assume that would be based off of like this chart and then minus 25% max, because otherwise it would be a pain in the ass. Okay, so that looks correct. Technically, we don't need to split into the omnidirectional and track anymore, since these are essentially going to be headers. But do I still want to? I don't think so, but we are going to just deal with it that way for a moment. Then we can get the max move speed, which we can just key in manually, because I didn't add it to the chart. That's fine, since it's just a few of them. Should be fairly minimal. So, well, and there's still overlap, even with like 7 values. Funny that. Oops. I mean, again, these seem like they'll be essentially nothing. Funny that. So we manually key them, it should be fine. But we will space them. Then add these. And I could split this into like track, hover, etc., but that's just going to be a unnecessary amount of columns here. And I could keep it track and omnidirectional though. Should be fine. I'm gonna have to double check the tag track perk thing, especially how it interacts with these though. Maybe I want to do... Yeah, I might do mech legs and rotors anyway, because honestly they're in their own. Except they're not mech legs, are they? They're considered robotic legs. There we go. Have our fairly exhaustive list. I think that makes sense. Roughly maps to the above categories. I mean, obviously not quite, but whatever. You have a lot more intermediary ones up here, of course, because of what I added. Then another question is, are these going to apply to, let's see, engines will now have new parameter bonus to the movement parts max speed, thanks to which all armored vehicles that have an engine and movement parts with speed limit will become slightly faster if the speed of the cabin allows it. We'll keep such movement parts relevant in the context of the maximum speed increase and will allow for more diverse builds. Upgrading engine's speed bonus effect will affect this new parameter. So it doesn't really specify if it's going to be furthered by any of these bonuses. I really don't think they will. But we can do some testing just to make sure. I suppose I should also probably label this properly. RLM Dino. It should be fine. That's weird. was a much easier way to find out all of these things. Okay. Still not sure why I'm having this issue with it, but I do like making things easier. That'll do. I've been disconnected for being idle. Oh no. It's also fun. Let's see. I guess in theory I don't need this to be as expanded as it is, but it kind of lines up semi-decently, especially with the length. So I think I'll keep this as is, even though I could have theoretically done single cells. Don't know if that's going to break the formula though. Guess we could just do manual values. Oops. Seems to work well enough. We can apply same conditional formatting. So I literally just duplicate, apply to D572. Easy. Six, 9. Change the parameters to, I guess technically it'd still be 130 as the max, wouldn't it? So we can keep the color coding consistent with that chart. But I don't know if that's going to be super worthwhile doing. Yeah, I guess why not, honestly. If I'm going to have the charts adjacent anyway, I might as well. have them run the same color gradient. Okay. Does that make sense? I think so. The numbers almost, like I said, kind of actually line up too, which is pretty convenient. So then... Looks pretty good, right? And again, these are just super ugly numbers with like very small overall increase in value. Like they could honestly probably double these values. But, you know, the only ones that are going to care are going to be the light cabins anyway. And, you know, I mean, they aren't going to want to run a hardcore Colossus. What? Silly math, really. Like, we still don't even have values for here. There's holes they gotta fill. Well, I'm sure they'll get around to it. Okay, let's see. I think that might be everything for the speed chart, which only took over an hour just by itself. I can theoretically look at structural parts. So I'm going to eat this in the Discord so that people can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, that's right. We will hit this in chat. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Lots of people on Crossout. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. So, gotta check these values, and we gotta do the structural part stuff, and we gotta do the, you know, bearing math, i.e. probably the only thing most people care about. But first things first. So I'm gonna keep this up on the other screen this time. And it's weird that that just opened. Oh, because the game hijacked my control inputs. Oh, I can't even press quit Lamau. Try this again. That's still not letting me. Press A again. Okay. Thanks, Xbox. That's very cool. Absolutely refuses to let you just use this on a different screen. Shits and screams if you try and use a controller on the device that's actually connected to it. Pretty fucking worthless, if you ask me. Like, sure, prioritize the input that you're actively using with the app if there is one, but if there isn't, why are you fighting me over the input? And of course, it still refuses to stay on screen, even though, again, a function they had beforehand, that wasn't an issue. Yes, shut up. I did that on purpose. Okay, so we look at the chart. In theory, we'll just check. We'll run small tracks with something that goes faster than 95. Throw on an Oyaboon. See if Phobos makes a difference. If cabin speed upgrade makes a difference. It probably won't. Really hope it doesn't, but we're gonna double check that. Likewise with the tank track perk actually doing its job. Need me a third monitor for this stuff. I guess I might as well plug myself while we're at it. Still chatting, they can do that. I do have a list to the full list of changes. Okay, open that, click there. So, small track. I don't think I have any like small track builds as is. Let's see. I don't know that I can start over in a new slot very easily because it seems to be one of the things they changed. Let's see, armor car. New slot, there we go. Okay, that's handy. So we're gonna slap on speedy fast cabin, baby. Got our speed fuse cockpit. We've got our speedy small tracks, which only go 95. So it should go 95. Okay, so it's not impacted, at least not directly, by the cabin speed upgrade. We can slap on the Oyaboon to, in theory, increase that max speed to 102. Which is correct. Doesn't seem to be impacted by the cabin speed there. Still good. We can slap on Phobos. And that will affect it. That's right, I forgot about that because he changed it to movement car speed parts. Fuck. So it's probably multiplicative again. Let's see, 106A. Ah, fuck. Alright, well, we're already backtracking on that thing I posted. Oh. That's fine. So we open, not you. So we go back to here, and now we're re-adding the Phobos. So boost. Oops, we don't actually want to pull over that. We want it centered. And let's just double check that we know what the fuck we're talking about, and we're gonna make it 95 times 1.08 times 1.04 should be 106. What happens if we add them instead? Uh-oh. Would have been cool if they specified in the patch notes how they combined, but of course they're not going to do that. Shit. I think it's got to be additive. What would be the easiest way for me to check this? I feel pretty confident it's got to be additive, which is very weird and not like them with all these speed changes, but it might have been on purpose. Well, mine's even speed fused, so it should actually be 1.117, whereas it would be 1.077, 1.04. Still the same displayed value, so we're gonna have to try finding a breakpoint. Ugh, okay, well, find out one way or another. So this is mult, this is add. Let's copy this. Plus 0.077 plus 0.04. wheel is still 106. So we don't actually know. So we need to find a breakpoint that'll tell us. But if it is additive, then I'd rather just have it down on this side. But we just don't know, do we? I don't know. I imagine it's got to be the same functionality as here. Pretty sure this value is still correct. You can find out pretty easily. We just need to find a breakpoint of let's see. That should work. So we can try cockpit. Throw on some buggy wheels. Still have all the upgrades, and that puts us at 126. If we use the fin wheel, which also has a max speed upgrade, it's 130. So that's gotta be multiplicative, I think. Because 106 times 03 plus 0.04 plus 1.17. Oh, it also puts us over. Great. Welp. Let's try one of these. Our dusk goes 101 without a cabin upgrade, but with Phobos and a fin wheel speed upgrade, it goes 122. If we slap on something of that category that has a speed upgrade, goes 125. Womp, fucking womp. So I believe this is. No, that doesn't seem to make a difference. These values are so small now that it's incredibly difficult to decouple them from each other. Let's see if rounding works in our favor. 108 without Phobos is 104. And with a different cabin, but with Phobos, is 105. So these values seem correct. Though again, at 7% versus 7.12, you wouldn't know. And I don't have an unupgraded fin wheel, so we can't A/B test that. I do have a speed fused cheetah and then a non-upgraded oppressor though, so we can muck with that. So we'll go back to this category, since higher numbers means that it should have a more obvious discrepancy, even if just minorly. So we throw on a it's like Kensei 2 is the only one that's actually 105, so I'd have to use a different value. So we are going to stick with this category after all, I guess. So we will put on the dusk again, a oppressor gives me 114 with the cabin upgrade gives me 117, which disagrees with this, barring rounding, but if it's rounding, then it should round up. So are these effects all just additive now? That would be wild. But if it's additive, that still should just be 1.16, not 1.17. We'll try with Phobos. Puts it at 121. So 1% less. So am I tweaking? Or did they change something? Let's, yeah, 121 with both. Would 7% make a difference there? No. So why is this lower? Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong category for one. So it was 117 with an oppressor without a speed upgrade. No. What? 104. 113. So that would make sense, I guess. But I do know at least when it was 5 kph, it was multiplied by the engines. Because that's how I originally determined where on the chart these buffs went. And that the cabin upgrade and Phobos were multiplicative. So if they did make it different, well, let's see, if we throw on the cheetah, which is speed upgraded, and it's 118 and 123. Interesting. Oh, big if true also kind of sucks. Seems to be where the math is pointing though. So let's go back to our stupid high examples. So Finwheel with, well, again, that's 105, but we can put in the Satori, which is speed upgraded. The Finwheel, which is speed upgraded. And then Phobos. So it would be, if they're all additive, 104 plus 3 is 107, plus 4 would be 111, plus 17 would be 128. And that's what I have, which is wild because, again, this is a 10%. It's not technically a 2% increase. It's 1.5, which, yes, does round. But yeah, it does say otherwise with all the buffs it should be 130. It's actually 128. So I guess they are now additive, at least based off of these high values seem to be. So let's do Chronos. And I have one with a speed fusion on one without. So Chronos, no speed upgrade. Phobos and Finwhale are 130. But that's over, so that's hardly tells us anything. We take off Phobos. It's at 129. But that would be correct with this. Whereas if it's additive, it would be 128. So there's some fuckery afoot. Just me losing my sanity again. So that would seem to indicate that at least the engine is multiplicative. Which makes sense. So I wasn't really expecting this to turn into a testing stream, damn it. No, let's see, what would be... Yeah, I don't have an upgraded Finwhale, but we know that the 1.15 is a bonus of 10%, so 1 point... %15 becomes 16.5. 129. Which makes sense, because if it were multiplicative, then it would be 127. So we know that the engine is multiplicative for sure. So now we just need to test the other things. How exciting. Okay, well, Phobos, cabin upgrade, and then both. Great. So, what would be the easiest? Probably... Well, I already can swap out the cabins, but I think we're too high for it to make a difference, because it'll just smack up against the limit anyway. So, we will do... the next here, we're going to just adapt this to 106 for the time being. So cockpit should still be correct. I throw in a cockpit without max speed. And without Phobos, it says it goes 1, 2, 3, so that matches. Throw in the cabin upgrade. gives us 127, so that matches. In theory, if that's the break point, then going to Phobos, but not the speed upgraded cabin, should be 1-2. What is this? 1-2-3? What? Finwheel, no. Oh, I'm sorry, I took Phobos out. That makes sense. So Phobos in is 128. Phobos. And it is 130. And Phobos out. It's 127. Okay, so this math seems correct then. For the highest value. So what was the issue just specifically when I was checking with the chronos? I'm getting lost in the sauce, man. It was for this, eh? So I'm maybe not taking into account another change. Okay, let's back up like half an hour before I started losing my mind. So we have our small tracks, Oyaboon, and it went 102 without Phobos. Okay. Then I added Phobos. It's 106. Where I was losing my mind is whether it's additive or multiplicative. But feel pretty confident now that it's got to be multiplicative based off of these tests. So it should be multiplicative here. Of course, this is the single highest value, and even then the single largest, values for the calculation difference is small enough that it wouldn't even matter. So what we're going to do is try it with multiplying and then generate the entire sheet, and then base, not that. Great, so I'll just modify that. That gets angry because of course it does. So we change the value to a R52 and a T58. What are you upset about? Locked the wrong cell value. That'll do it. Awkward, okay. What? Probably just because this cell is actually empty, I'm guessing. Oh, or that. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about that. So that should be good. So now that we have the formatting, we can copy paste the formatting. Okay. Cream fine. Let's see. So if they were multiplicative, then oh yeah, I don't even know that there'd be a breakpoint anywhere because we're looking at 7. Versus, so I think it's just like above where the value discrepancy between it is too small to even know. 0.003 difference between multiplicative and additive. So the only place we might actually see that is if we had above 100 kph. So we're just going to operate on that seeming to work as is, and having the cabin speed upgrade not making a difference. Unless, you know, it's lower than the max speed of the part. Like if you run the main frame, then, I mean, the 3% bonus from that will make a difference, just incredibly minor amount. Okay. I think that seems right. Maybe see if I'm getting roasted in the fucking chat for posting the wrong image. It's a very pretty color chart. I'm not going to bother doing rounding to the nearest 5 because, again, the difference between the minimum and maximum values are nothing. Not going to return an error, nope. Okay, so now we got to check out the tank track. See if I'm correct about that. So we will throw that on the other screen, and we'll check with the tech tracks on a super fast cabin because that should be the most obvious. Oh, I don't even own any tech tracks. No. Well, it does put a damper on that, but it also means I can't be proven wrong. Oh, I guess the price on them crashed. Okay, let's see. And the vehicle speed. Its durability drops. So we can probably just yank one off of exhibition. I'm sure there's enough up there that there'll be a speedy enough cabin. So let's see. Should be 65, and then we want an engine that doesn't apply, so in this case we'll look for the oppressor since that doesn't boost max movement part speed, and that gives it it's running too heavy of a cabin to check. Well then, we need something a little bit faster. Let's see, cohort, that's still 62. Jawbreaker. 65. There we go. Trust on randos to be using combinations that don't make any sense, but unfortunately the perk doesn't activate when it's used with other parts. So we actually need something like this, but faster. And, you know, not a Leviathan. 65. That's kind of cutting it close. that wasn't over energy. We can still maybe make it work. I forget, it might have been referring to vehicle durability, not the tank track durability. Apparently I'm doing a shit job of testing this. So let's try doing it like this. Actually, this one doesn't work because we need to have an engine that takes us... Wait, no. Cabin speed, 13%. Okay, never mind, that should work. Check, but I sure hope the engine's on the back. Wait. Oh, I fucking claws in here too. Never mind. Doesn't work. Okay. So we need something with the oppressor, with tank tracks, with no other movement parts, that has a cabin speed of like 70-ish. Yeah, so this would be a lot easier if I just bought them tracks, I guess. Let's see, what is my offer? I mean, I don't know if anybody's gonna wanna fulfill this, but sure would be nice. And then we can potentially give them a go. The meantime, I might just honestly quick buy them, even though it's probably going to inflate the price even more for other people, but... Ugh, don't need Leviathan, so let's reset, so it's only armored cars with the AWP, with the tank. Doesn't need to be trending. Interesting, think that's in the wrong slot, but whatever. You are too slow. Can't tell what your cabin is. Hadron, will that work? 7A4 should work. No other movement parts. Great. And that's on the front, so that should work. So we'll make these fit a little better so we can grind down the entire cabin. compressors at the back, so I'm just gonna have to go through all of this. That's looking pretty 75-ish to me. Oh, no, I did lose the engine still, so it's 74, but that's fine. That will do. So now, we're going to try the same thing, but with Phobos on, which is not a part, but a author. Not an author. Co-driver, that's the one. So on the chart we can confirm that it's the tank track with perk, and then we should, that's fine, it doesn't need to be the oppressor specifically. Oh sorry, this is the light category limo. Co-driver Phobos. I don't know why that did that. Then go with the Cheetah. It's much more likely somebody has Phobos with a Cheetah engine. Even if it is on the wrong quote-unquote track. Let's see, that's too slow. We would need something that theoretically hits, what, 84? So that should be able to. Wild that they still don't have an indicator for it anywhere, that the perk is active, but whatever. So that's 68, which is the normal 65 plus Phobos. Then we take a hot minute to chew through the freight train pile with its 90% resistance reduction rather. Let's see. Oh, that was a little bit too much. Alright. Harvester's too strong plus the just yet. So this should, in theory, if my math is correct, go 75, 6, 7, 8, which seems to be the case. And then now if we use not the Cheetah, but say the Oyaboon, which seems pretty unlikely, but we'll see. That's too slow to see. Well, I mean, we're definitely going to find one with the Geagle, so that should probably still give us enough of an example. Much more likely in any case. Oh, Kami, perfect. Goes fast as hell. So that would be the tank track. Phobos is 68. But the Geagle is 71. So that part of the chart is correct. So now we check and see if we can hit 82. Once we proc the damage, assuming we don't have the engine buried in front. Perfect. Tank track with perk. Geagle. 82. It's not looking 82 to me. So maybe it is additive after all. Or maybe it's just rounding. Let's see. Chart, tank track, 82. It says 81.9. 5%. Maybe 1.9. What would it be? 75. It's gotta be additive with base 10 kph. Then 9%. Yeah, but 9% would still put it at, if it were additive, would put it at 84. So, well, it is percentile anyway. So 75 times 1.09 would still be 82. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna have to write that off as something wonky I haven't considered in the calculation. 5%, 75, 4%. So even if it was plus 75 times 1.09 is 81.750, and the current calculation with it being multiplicative puts it at 81.9. So, yeah, again, I don't know what's going on with the in-game value, but I think the chart is correct. At least as correct as I can tell. With the values I've got and the testing I've done. So we'll throw those up in the Discord. Anything else I need to check for the speed chart values? Not that I can think of. Okay. Great, 1/3 of the spreadsheeting done. Aren't we so happy for that? So now we can look at those structural parts, I guess. Should just be a continuation of what we already had, though. At least now have all of these. I can confirm their actual pip volume some other time. I mean, I guess really, like, adding the frames to list is not, it's not going to be a shock, but it's going to keep track for the quantity at least. And then I assume the new excavator parts should have the exact same ratios as the other heavy machinery founders parts, and ideally be in the same spots, but I'll double check those as well. So I'm going to open up the battle pass on the console. And let's see, we have corner frame 3x1x3. Do I even want to know where that is in the list? It's probably going to be at the front, isn't it? Yep. Fuck. Well, they did change the... Okay. Well, partial wins. It looks like they changed the... Am I losing my mind? 2x4, 2x6, 2x8, 4x4, 4x6, 4x8. Okay, kind of. So beforehand, I did these in this order because that made the most sense to me. But in-game, they were in a slightly different order. And it looks like they fixed it, but they didn't fix the names consistently. So it is 1x4, 1x6, 1x8, 2x4, 2x6, 2x8, but then it's 4x4, 6x4, 8x4. So the pattern kind of diverges there. But it still works for having them in order. So I'm not going to change how I have them listed in the sheet because that would be dumb and inconsistent. But it's good to know that they did. So we're probably going to need to insert, I don't know, like 6? Something like that. Then we'll make this the new boundary at the top. We will remove this. Then they are hopefully still engineers. Wow, they don't even have a faction technically. Interesting. Well, we know that there's factions applied to them because by definition of being from the lunatics, the lightweight frames are lunatics part and the regular frames are. So we're going to just say they're founders, even though the devs are not claiming that in game. If I go to the list of parts, it says it's from them, and also it's from the badge exchange otherwise, so fuck it. Then we have to see if we're going to actually have these in order in the inventory compared to when, you know, you actually get them and they do their own ordering. And in case they're all still frame blocks. And then we have our corner frame. Hate that. Let's see, could I be cheeky and... I'm just gonna remove the word frame since I did it from the others too. 3 by 1 by 3. Disgusting. 4, 7. Probably should be the same as these. Zero. Formula. That size is, I mean, 3 by 1 by 3, but it's actually 5 pips total. So they already messed up the values, Lamau. So it is 25% more pips, and yet it is not 25% more. Or no, sorry, totally, it's 7.5. So that does round my B. So they write 54 times 1.25. I was looking at the wrong value, 68, which they did. Okay, good. So they're still using the formulas for determining these values rather than doing them raw by hand. Love it. Great. Okay. Rewards, what else we got? It's at level 7. At level 10, we get 4 1x3s, which will probably be there. So 4, the power score is 4. Makes sense, I suppose. 35%, 25%, 75, 23, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3. So this should really be pretty consistent. And at level 17, we get frame 3 by 3, which actually means that they might put them down there. Which is gonna be, kind of feels bad, but also like I kind of understand. I also don't own any, so it's possible they won't do that, but we're going to operate on what is logical for the time being. So, and actually technically this is the that's still probably fine, but we're specifically talking about the lightweight 3 by 3, which is what we get at 17. Then at 24 we get the lightweight 1 by 3s, which should be there. I'm sure we get more than 4 as well. I'm just going through level by level, and I'm going to update them as we get the other. Repeats, I'm sure. And then the lightweight frame corner. Except that might actually be down here too. Because again, I haven't like bought out the battle pass. But it is lightweight, which is before the term frame. Which is the reason why these are after corner, because it's corner, frame, and frame. But you know, can't have things be simple. And at least this way it's at least, I mean, like it's consistent, even if how I'm showing it in these charts is sort of bastardizing the process they used. I guess technically these are 3 by 3 by 1, contrary to how they have them described. Yuck. Yeah. And then I'm assuming we get more. Oh yeah, lots more. So we get 6 more 1 by 3s. We get 4 more lightweight 1 by 3s. So matching their 1 by 4 more step up equivalents, I guess. 3 by 3s, we get 10 total, 6 more at level 59. Lightweight 3 by 3s, we get 6 more. Well, that doesn't quite match the 4 by 4, but whatever. And then we get 6 more corners of each. Okay, that's that. Now we can check the Founders parts. So let's see, excavator. Are they with the rest of the Founder stuff, or are they in their own thing? Beautiful, they're still considered heavy machinery parts, so they are included in the list. At least again, I only have one part, but it's in my inventory with the rest of these, so it should be fun. So we are looking at excavator fenders. So left and right beacons as per usual. I know you get 4 total because I was crying over not getting 6 or 8. Then it's 15% across the board. Predictability is 76. And 171. The approximate dimensions are 5, 3. Might be 3, 3. It looks like 3, 4. But I can test that by throwing them on a build real quick. The bottom pins indeed do need to float. So that means that it has a approximate dimension of 15 plus 9. But it is quite a bit more concave, so even though it's the same pip size volume, looks like they decreased the power score, durability, and mass. It looks like they did it appropriately with the calculations again, rather than just guessing, so it should be fine. Then we also get excavator trunk lids. Four of those. So slightly different values than the sides, which is interesting. Not too far off, but again, I guess like the shape is technically tapered a little bit. It's a little bit concave, so it works, I guess. It's not a huge jump in any case. Then we have the bumper, firewall. And then that's, like, I don't need to go check the values for all of that, the other structural parts, but I will need to add the firewall to the bumpers chart. I think that's it for new parts, isn't it? Yeah, 221, 221, there's all the structural parts. Okay, well, significantly shorter process than the speed charts at least, but we will still add this to, not you. Okay, so not really anything significant changing on the structural side, which is lucky considering how I have such a friggin' backlog of things on this. Like, the public version of the sheet was like last update, like Drone Apocalypse, I think of 2023, maybe 2024, so not a bad thing to not have issues with. Okay, so the last thing to do with the patch notes would be adding in the weapons. But again, without me testing the damage values, me throwing them in the chart on the stream doesn't really accomplish anything because we can't directly compare them to their contemporaries. So, like, I'll throw them in there anyway, but I don't need to do that on stream. To be fair, I didn't have to really do it for the harmonizer either. And then we can look at the bearing math, I guess. So again, I will have that on the other screen while I did it here, I guess. When did this drop? On the 20th, does that sound right? Yeah, technically the 20th, although also like the day before, the day after, depending on your time zone, and then we get an extra day associated with that. But, you know, whatever. And it ends June 4th. 0604, which gives us 76 days, which is actually 76 plus 1. Because of that reset time, I think, right? Okay, that's weird. Pretty sure. So how many sets of weeklies do we have listed? Yeah, because we don't include the plus one here. So, no idea why it does that. Wow, well, likewise, that is the direct one. But whatever. In any case, we have, I go to the challenges, battle pass. It says we have 10 more sets, and yeah, we already went through one, so yeah, it'll be equivalent to 11 times 25,000 plus 77 times 10,500. Whoopsie. That's actually the weeks, so that, great. The XP per level is reduced down to a stupid number, but that means means we get more levels per week. Yippee. Total levels goes up, so it's the equivalent to the prior two, which is also going to let them use the exact same systems. And probably lighter distribution, if I were to guess. Last actual level is 121 again, and then 122 is the prestige. Beaut. So we look at that, type in that, and we get not 13 weeks out of it this time, we get 11 weeks. 39, 30, 90, 500. Yeah, so exact same break points as last time. Good to know. Check the lighter exchanges to make sure that they didn't change any of those. 650 legendary, 250 epic, 140 special, 35, 25. Great. Now we can start actually looking at these. And yeah, we'll just have it on the other screen again. So now looking at bearings again. Honestly, just call it currency at this point. I don't need to update it each time. Should be good. Okay, so let's see. Level 8 gets 25 paid. Level 11 gets 25 paid. Level 35, that's quite the jump. Gets 50 for free. So I'm gonna... Is it dumb of me to move that down? Yeah, it probably is. So 50 for free. 25 at 43. 50 free at 47. 51 has 50 paid. 61 has 50 paid. 63 has 50 for free. 69. Nice lot. They're throwing out a heck of a lot of these nowadays, aren't they? Okay, well that's a bit yuckier of a breakpoint, assuming I got all the math correct, which isn't guaranteed, but I'll double check just to be sure. Except, of course, still gonna do that. Please click here. Like, no, bro. Stop being so needy. Matter. At least it's super dim but on screen so you can see and follow. Make sure I got all this correct. So at 8 we have 25 paid. At 11 we have 25 paid. Then nothing. 35 is 50 for free. 43 is 25 paid. 47 is 50 for free. 51 is 50 paid. 60. That might be the problem. $61 is 50 paid. 63, 50 free. 69, 25 paid. 76, 50, 78, 25, 79, 50, 81, 100, 82, 25, 86, 50, 87, 25, 89, 50, 90, 25, 91, 75, 93, 25, 94, 100, 96, 25, 97, 25, 99, 25, 100 is 50, 101 is 25, 103 is 25, 104 is 75, 105 is 25, 106 is 100, 108 is 25, 109 is 25, 110 is 50, 111 is 25, 112 is 25, 113 is 75, 114 25, 115 25, 116 50, 117 100, 118 50, 119 100, 120 50, 122 and onwards. So we're looking at 124, 125 as the cap for getting 3 legendaries, which means that you will not have enough lighters to get the three legendaries off the hop then. So again, sucks. Good to know. I'm also assuming that the math is correct. We'll see, we'll move this. So total levels 10. 7.3 from weeklies is 76. So it'd be 77. Then with everything be 109. The elite would be $77, 109, 92. And 123. Okay, so the math was just... Oh no, that's not 23. I was gonna say, oh, my math was just wrong, but it would seem that that's not the case so much as me forgetting that there's discontinuation there. It all seem correct. Let's see, 11 weeks, 390,500, 3640, as opposed to, yeah, so that's correct. So 390.15 divided by 3640, 107. That seems correct then. Get none to start with. Total 76. You get 31 mobiles. Unless buying the pass changed how many levels it gives you, but I doubt that. Let's see, premium indices, elite battle pass 15 levels, regular battle pass 1 level. So seems like the math is right. I guess I'm triple checking the rewards. But anyway, I'll check the Reddit where they have it all compiled in one image. If I can even find it. I'm not seeing it, so either it wasn't posted or was posted by someone I blocked, or it was posted in the Discord when I saw it. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, we're just gonna manually check this a third time. Right. Yeah, it's not looking so good. So, assuming that none of this math is wrong for some reason. It is wrong still. Why? Where is it wrong? What the fuck? Where I did the insert. Okay. It's kind of a big deal. Good thing too. I was gonna start saying that's gonna be quite problematic. Because it had just looked like they shoved around the values as far as like how long it was. That's how much time we had, but like they changed the total levels, or rather the EXP per level correspondingly. So that does look like that's still the case. Okay, so we can compare this to the prior one, which I will pull up on the other screen. Bum, 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 bum. And that was 425, so now it's 400, so not a big deal. So Okay, well, I think that's pretty much everything. As far as the, like, resources... Oof. Resources didn't really change too much for the stuff I have posted in the Discord, which I'm not showing on the screen right now anyway, but those later calculations should be correct, or sorry, bearing calculations should be correct. And that thus should be everything from the patch notes covered, even though, again, half the stream is basically just going over the speed chart stuff. But then I can look at doing some actual build updates, excluding, you know, this one, since not even one, but oh, tribute.